பிரியா, குட் மார்னிங் பிரியா. எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? கேக்கல நீங்க பேசுறது.
Easy a
சீக்கிரம் போயிட்டு வரலாம். Dr. Vijay,
Yes. Hi.
can we start? Dr. Sheila ma'am has come, or shall we wait till 10:15?
Can we wait for another 5 more minutes, please?
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
எனக்கு ஆடியோவே கேட்க மாட்டேங்குது.
Hello.
கேக்குது கேக்குது.
Hi. Good morning, all.
மியூட் பண்றா.
Can I request all the participants to mute their mic, please? Thank you. Good morning. I'm Rajesh, your moderator for today's session. I'm extremely delighted to host this webinar conducted by BIRAC US Center at BSGR Krishnamal College for Women in partnership with our knowledge partner, the Golden Jubilee Biotechnology Park for Women in Chennai. First, I would like to welcome all our participants who have joined us today from different parts of the country. Before we start GRKCW, that is our college, and the BIRAC US Center incubated here. PSGR KCW ranked number 6 among colleges in India by the NIRF, Ministry of HRD, Government of India, is one of the 10 institutions in India to incubate the BIRAC US Center. Along with innovative and transdisciplinary research, supporting startups has been an integral part of learning in PSGR KCW. Similarly, the BIRAC supported EVA scheme offered through the EVA centers is mandated to promote a culture of applied research and need-oriented entrepreneurial innovation among students and researchers. And business mentoring, exposure to bio-incubation model, orientation to entrepreneurial culture, etc. to students at various levels, including undergraduates, postgraduates, and postdoctoral. Bringing about a startup ecosystem in an academic setting is important as it nurtures few ideas and leads to effective collaboration of people from different disciplines. Hence, through this session, we are trying to communicate and educate people about the prospectus, possibilities, and avenues of a career in bio-entrepreneurship. Welcoming all the participants, and the audience may post their questions in the comment box. We will be moderating it at the end of each session. Now, without further delay, let me introduce our first speaker of the session to you, Dr. Sheila Shashikumar. Sheila Shashikumar is the Director, Clinical Research of SS Healthcare. She is also the consultant head. She is a member of the Indian Society of Clinical Research and a member at Seed Fund Technical Subcommittee in Golden Jubilee Biotech Park for Women. She is working as a distinguished adjunct faculty at Department of Biochemistry, Savita Dental College and Hospitals. She is also a member of Board of Studies, Biochemistry. Thank you.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, ma'am, you can start.
There was a disturbance when Dr. Rajesh was speaking. Is my audio is clear?
Yes, you may please start.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning to one and all who have joined in this virtual webinar meet on creating an awareness of entrepreneurship in the academics. It's a very important and a significant event which should happen. And entrepreneurship is a very important phase in a very important part in all phases, in the especially in the student phase. Let me share the screen and then I'll speak with you.
Sure, sure.
Is my screen visible?
It is visible. Would you like to put it
Maybe.
in presentation mode, ma'am?
Is it in the
Yes.
slide mode?
Yes, now it is. Thank you.
Is it moving?
It is moving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So, a very pleasant good morning, dear students, young participants, young entrepreneurs in our, who are going to become women entrepreneurs in our country to eradicate the unemployment opportunities and help to provide at least few job opportunities to our fellow mates or the youngsters. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh, for a nice warm introduction about me. At the onset, I wish to thank uh, Golden Jubilee Women Biotech Park, especially my sincere thanks to Dr. Sudhakar Iyer for providing me an opportunity to share my views on the translation research where the students should understand, and there is always a gap between the academic and industry, and this gap has to be bridged in order to bring about the commercialization of the products. So today we are going to discuss about the phase bench to bedside, which is called B2B, the technology adoption pathway in the healthcare. We are so though we are talking about entrepreneurship, skills, which I am going to touch in the later part of the slides also, we should understand that in every part of the entrepreneurship, especially in the bio-entrepreneurship, where we are going to create a new innovative product, process, or anything which is going to be a new development, has to undergo different phases before it has to be commercialized. So these phases are very important for the product to undergo systematic review and then enter into the market to create a great success. That is what I'm going to highlight here. So, introduction to translational research connecting scientists and medical doctors. So, translation of products. So, if you are a biochemist or biotechnology, you would have studied about the central dogma, that is what you call replication, transcription, and translation process. So, translation is the ultimate process where you're going to convert whatever you want to think or whatever you want to bring or whatever you want to innovate into a new product. So this translation research is mainly concerned the ideas and the products developed by the scientists in the R&D center or by the young innovative students, where it has to connect with the clinical site for the development of these products so that the end user gets benefited. So Dr. Rajesh has given an introduction. In spite of that, I have projected certain links. You can come across these links to know about the publication. I have nearly 63 publications, mostly concerned with the development of the products, digital healthcare products, especially on the 4D bioprinting technology. So do come across these publications, and if you have any queries, kindly mail me. I will address you. So the basic thing here I want to stress here is women empowerment. Women's empowerment is one of the strategic challenge for sustainable development. If a woman gets educated in a family, it is the society that is going to get educated. So that is most important for the development of women entrepreneurship. So understanding the importance of this women education and women entrepreneurship, having 3 decades of experience in academics and research, and here I'm today as a women's service entrepreneur. The link I have provided you here is the link where I gave a talk in the AICTE Delhi regarding role of women in research. So whenever you find time, please go across it. So you will see variety of opportunities are available to the young women students. So SSL Care is my organization where we are mostly connecting the clinical research and education. So the clinical research is concerned with translation of products from bench to bedside, and where I see the quality, that is efficacy of the product. The product can be nutraceutical, herbaceutical, pharmaceutical, AI products, softwares, medical devices, cosmetic, etc. Where the efficacy is mainly concerned, patient safety, there should be safety of the product, no adverse events should take place, being ethical, and data integrity is what my business demands. So these are the three things I keep in mind when taking up a proposal for the clinical research. So our services include clinical trials and research, complete from the product development to the commercialization of the product we take up. And apart from this, since I was in academics for a number of years, I also do education work where we do. Participants, can you mute? Okay, thank you. Where we do statistic management and mentoring programs for the young students to understand the opportunities that are available for carrying out the research. So collaborative research is another phase we are venturing into it. We do collaboration with academics and research institutions for product development, especially for the products which enter to the clinical area. So coming to the important part is all of us do not have equal talents, accept it. But all of us have an equal opportunity to develop our talents. So this was said by our president, ex-president Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. We have to understand, yes, I'm not equal with the others. We know that. I may be better in some other skills. So try to get the opportunities to prove that skills that you are an able person, you are talented. That is what we need to do now. So once you know that you have a skill of developing a product, that is not enough, because this is called technology era. The 21st century is claimed to be a technology era where students should possess certain skills, which is called the framework of 21st century skills. So in this globally and digitally interconnected world that happened after the COVID, where post-COVID era, we see the hybrid mode happening. So today I'm connecting with you. I'm in Chennai, you are in Coimbatore. Still, we are able to manage and we can discuss. That is because of this interconnected thing happening. So digitalization has happened in all phases of life, and all learners from cradle to career. Remember, all learners from cradle to career need new skills and knowledge to succeed, because this is going to be a highly competitive phase here afterwards. So you need to possess certain skills to prepare our children for success in school, in colleges, in work, in employment, and on also in life. We need to understand that 21st century skills are very, very essential. Providing a framework for successful learning inside a classroom, but ensure the students can thrive in the world. So you are learning a curriculum, for example, BSc Biochemistry, BSc Biotechnology, or MSc Biochemistry, MSc Biotechnology, Microbiology, whatever may be. Curriculum is one part, but curriculum alone will not help you to survive in the world. So where you can see the change is constant, you have to adapt, and learning never stops. You have to learn through all the phases of life until your last breath. This you need to understand. So technology era, what are the skills needed to compete in this 21st century, the so-called technology era? So if you see this picture, you can go across this. It is available. It is available in the US and also in our Indian CBSE curriculum. It is there, where the skill refers mainly to broad set. What are they? Knowledge, skills, work habits, and character traits that are believed by educators, school reformers, college professors, and your employers and others to be critically important to success in today's world. So, this is this framework where it says that your curriculum is there, but apart from the curriculum, you need 3 Rs. I'll tell you what is that. 4 Cs. Apart from that, you have to understand life and career skills, information, media, and technology skills. These are very, very important. So, what are the skills needed in your education, that is in your college and in the workplace in the current scenario? Partnership for 21st Century Skills, which is called P21, is a joint government corporate organization where 3 skills are being listed. One, learning skills. Learning skills include 4 Cs. What are they? Creativity and innovation, critical thinking and problem solving, communication and collaboration. Creativity. If you have creative ideas, that will lead to innovation. If you are a person who have an ability to think critically, then you are going to bring a solution to the existing problem in the global part. Communication and collaboration. If these 4 Cs are there along with 3 Rs, I told you what are the 3 Rs in the framework. I said the 3 Rs are reading, writing, and arithmetic. So if you have the ability to read, write. So I know most of the students do not write nowadays. We just see the tab or computer and just learn it and prepare for your exams. Why reading and writing is very essential? Because it creates a nervous coordination which help you to sharpen your skills. So that is very important. And arithmetic. Now, today, mathematical modeling is available, where even in pharmacokinetics, they create concepts with the help of this mathematical modeling. So, basic mathematics is very essential. Even if you are a biology student, no problem. Then the next skill is literacy skills. Literacy skills, information literacy, media literacy, and ICT literacy. If this is there, then it adds on the value to the learning skills. Now, next is your life skills. After you complete your education, earn your degree, then you may go for post graduation or doctorate or whatever it is. Then you land up in a job. It can be an R&D job or a non-academic career or an academic career, whatever may be. There are certain skills that you should possess to become a team or to enter into that particular what to say employment skill. So these life skills are nothing but flexibility and adaptability, initiative and self direction, social and cross cultural skills, productivity and accountability, leadership and responsibility. Today, they are going to introduce in the curriculum the digital leadership. So, once you know what is leadership and responsibility, you can very well come across the digital leadership, which will enable you to enter into the new set of jobs that is coming up in the global. So, having understood about these skills, if you are a person with 4 Cs, especially you are a critical thinker and you have creative ideas, definitely you will come to the next phase called innovation. So, what is innovation? Innovation is specific instrument for entrepreneurship. Innovation புதுசா கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுன்னு கிடையாது. Even if there is a process that is going on, if you're going to innovate a new process in that particular traditional method, where it is going to save time or something, that is also an innovation. The act that endows resources with new capacity to create wealth. Whatever you have innovated, it should be commercialized so that it should enter the market to create a business. So create a wealth. So this is the exact role or the definition of innovation as per Peter F. Drucker. Now, having understood what is innovation, don't try to innovate something which is not relevant in the current scenario, because innovation always depends on the customer demands. Please take it into your mind. Don't think 10 years before what has happened trying to innovate. No. What is the current demand of the customer today? So what I can give them, what I can readily innovate to create or to decrease the demand of the customer, that is more important in innovation. So innovation takes place or with the evolution of customers expectation and demands, or vice versa. Either way, the organization around the world have to continuously innovate themselves and keep up with the people wants. Then only you are going into the market. So innovation without entering into the market is going to sit inside the laboratory, which is not of any use to the end user, and you are not going to create any business, or you're not going to create any employment opportunity for the others. So the failure to do so or being indifferent to your customer need will make your competitors win. So the others who are in the market will win and their product will come. It's all how we are competing with them. And suddenly what happens, customer becomes indifferent to you and a high risk gamble to play at. So based on the customer demands, of innovation should be there. So what is this innovation? As I said earlier, it can be a new product, new quality of good, a market method of production, source of supply, organization in an industry. For example, if you're going to do a fermentation process for the production of antibiotic, or for the production of hormone or something like that, and if it is a process which is going to take place in a day or 24 hours or 48 hours, if you're going to add a factor, for example addition of changing the pH, or adding oxygen, or changing the media, and you are bringing the time from 48 hours to some different reduced value or 24 hours, like that, what happens is that you are lessening the time. As a result, what happens, your batch production increases. That is also an innovation. Definitely that is also an innovation. So to improve on an existing concept or idea using stepwise process to produce or commercially viable product, an idea into a successful concept is called the innovation. So creativity and innovation are together. Innovation is nothing but creativity and risk taking. So entrepreneurship is applying nothing but creativity and innovation. So see, if you see, everything comes systematically as a step by step. If you are a creative person, innovation comes to you, innovation followed by entrepreneurship, then it goes on like that. The crucial characteristic, now I said innovation is equal to creativity plus risk taking. So the word risk may be a little bit fear, it creates a fear, but it's nothing. You have to take a risk. Risk taking, innovation, and venturing into a new business activity, product development, and commercialization are the crucial characters of entrepreneurship. Maybe the risk taking here can be in the initial phase. Sometimes you may lose, sometimes your gain may not be as expected, sometimes you may face some hurdles, but here you need a self confidence to overcome all these things to create a path of success. So the flow I have picturized here is, I have an idea. This idea I have to start for innovation. Then what happens? It leads to business. So this flow is very, very important, young students. So now the first part of my talk is only on the skills which you should know if you are going to enter into the women entrepreneurship or bio entrepreneurship, or if you are going to enter in any part of the job, the skills are very, very important. So India has become a hub of innovation. It climbs to 46th rank in the GII of WIPO, that is Global Innovation Index, a leap of 35 places in a span of 6 years. So this shows that many of the products have been developed by us in the global market, and many young entrepreneurs are coming up with many ideas which are very useful in the global scenario. So we don't grow when things are easy. Am I right? We don't grow when things are easy. We grow only we face challenges. If you are in the comfortable zone, you think you can grow. No, not at all. We should have challenges before us, and those challenges will help us to grow. That is very important in the path of entrepreneurship. Now, being a healthcare person, I want to give some of the inputs in the present healthcare sector and the translation research concerned with it. So what are the advancements in the healthcare sector, especially after COVID? Healthcare industry today needs new technologies and solutions. Technology is very, very important and solution for addressing the problems faced by the patients as well as by the clinicians. So for the diagnosis, treatment, and disease management, we require patient-specific treatment nowadays and a personalized treatment, not a common treatment. So that can be done with the help of technologies. Startups can customize treatment, planning, and execution for individual patients using real-time remote monitoring devices. We are waiting for such products in the healthcare sectors, which will add a benefit to the patient. So COVID-19, now if you see the healthcare industry now is flooded with so many digital healthcare products, and COVID-19 has become a catalyst. We know what is a catalyst. So COVID-19 acted as a catalyst for the change in the healthcare. 2020 is an accelerator of digital health. Now in the post-COVID era, we have so many products right now in all the parts, whether it is going to be diagnosis, whether it is going to be telemedicine, everywhere it is only digital products that is playing a vital role. So it has now entered integral to our daily life, and world's population has never been more interconnected. Innovation, particularly in the digital sphere, its application to improve the health of population remains largely untapped. So please note it here, there is an opportunity for you, and there is an immense scope for the digital health solution. World Health Organization is harnessing the power of this digital technology and health innovation to accelerate the global attainment of health and well-being of an individual. You know, when I'm talking health, how will you define a healthy individual? What is health? Health is nothing but physical and mental well-being. It's not that physical alone well-being, it's also mental. Everything should be okay. Then you call a person as a healthy person. Now, as I said in during COVID time, especially in the first phase of COVID, there were patients who were with cancer, who were diabetes. They had continuous treatment going on because of what to say. There is a hindrance in the direct contact. They were not able to communicate with the clinicians or with the surgeons regarding their medicine, regarding their health, etc. Then they came into picture the process called telemedicine, where telemedicine helped the patients as well as doctors to communicate effectively and comfortably. That is what is this needed. And it was predicted by the health industry expert that telehealth market across the world is likely to witness a massive spike. So it is going to increase the in demand and also supplies. Now, if you see US and other countries, they do not want to go to the hospital every now and then to the clinic. So they want some systems to take up so that they will be always in contact with their clinicians or the surgeons. And only if there is an emergency, they will have a visit to the center. So this is a paper you have to come across in order to know the innovation part. Health technologies and innovation effectively respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. So medical devices, we have a lot of medical devices connected to healthcare, that is IoT, Internet of Things associated with medical things. IoT is different. IOMT is different. IoT is Internet of Things. IOMT is Internet of Medical Things, has potential to provide regular access to healthcare services through the cloud connected healthcare professionals. Even if I'm not in Chennai, somewhere I'm there in Delhi or wherever, I can suppose I'm having some problem in my health. What happens is that I can contact my doctor immediately, come across through these apps or softwares or devices, and I can have a communication immediately so that he can prescribe some medicine, so the risk is being avoided. So the concept of data governance in the healthcare can offer a safe and secure digital ecosystem to manage handling and storing of real-time patient data 24/7 across the hospitals and healthcare institutions. If there is a regular storage of these data, even if a patient goes somewhere else from his original place, he can have a contact, and this clinician or the surgeon can go across his data, previous data, see what has happened and what type of surgery has been done, what were the values and how he was at the last time. This will all give him a added advantage to understand the present condition. So this is the beneficial aspects of digital health technology. So we know we wear a lot of what you call health apps, then what you call the smart watches, and we have softwares, etc., where we are able to see how much we have worked, how much calories we have lost during exercises, what is our blood pressure, what is our heart rate, etc. All these are being very useful to the people, and nowadays people are switching to these wearable devices. So these wearable devices will help them to understand their health condition. And two examples I'm providing here with the clinical research. One, Adivo Diagnostics, who is one of the incubating in Women Golden Jubilee Women Biotech Park called Gitanjali Radhakrishnan. She has innovated a device called Eliminate device, which is world's first artificial intelligence device. And this device is portable, and we took up this device, and SSL Care did the clinical research of that product in our hospital. This is a device which will be useful to understand when it is placed 10 centimeter away from the wound ulcers. Basically, I'm working in a diabetic wound ulcer hospital, or a podiatric center as it is called. Now, if you place 20 centimeter away from the wound, what happens is that you can get a clear information about the wound, the size of the wound, the depth of the wound, everything will be available. And additionally, you will have the information about the gram type, that is whether it is gram positive or gram negative infection. And also it gives the detail about the oxygenation, etc. So this 10 minutes which is placed in near the wound will give you a complete history, and this will enable the surgeons to ease their work. Because if you are going for a normal way, you have to take a deep tissue culture, send it to the laboratory, 48 hours culture report happens, and then we will come across what type of bacteria is available, and accordingly we will prescribe the antibiotic. If this is able to reduce that much time, we are preventing a risk of amputation in case of patients. So this is a very important part. And next one, we SSL Care have worked across is along with the South Korean company Rohit Healthcare, we did 4D bioprinting work. This is also for the wound ulcers where the liposuction fat is converted into the scaffold. The patient own fat is converted into a scaffold, and this is placed as a primary dressing material on the wound. Since it is own fat, it will not be rejected, and it is a stem cell. We saw the healing of ulcers within a short period of time when compared to the long period of time, especially which happens in case of non-healing ulcers. So I have provided a link. We have published the results in the leading journal. You can come across in the Web of Science. So this is one of the things. So these two, why I'm projecting here is these are the products that are required in the current scenario. So innovation at certain stage of clinical clearance and prototyping often require an essential clinical application based assessment to cross the hurdles from bench to bedside. This is very, very important. There comes the translational health covers the innovation journey. So as I told you earlier, this is going to be a bridge between the academics and the what you call the clinical side. So academics or industry have a partnership and they have developed the products. Now, once the product is ready and it has come across all regulatory guidelines, then the translation research will be taken over and we will do that. So that is what you call the translational research. Now, if you come across the ICMR biomedical research, you will see the number of projects that are available. So generally, biomedical research can be categorized on based on its objective or aim into two types. One is determine the underlying nature of things. That is called basic research, what academics and institutions, colleges does. Other one is to understand the mechanism of underlying nature of things in order to be able to improve the human health. That is, basic research becomes an applied research and translated into a translation pathway. Then you call it as a translation research. So for any academic institution to develop that product, they require a partnership with an industry. So this is what, if you see in the NEP, National Education Policy 2020, it is highly emphasized that all academic institutions should have a tie-up with the industry to have their ideas innovated and developed into a market. So this translation research is a long journey. It is what now I'm talking here. It is not like that. It's a long journey. It takes time to come. So from the lab to the clinic. So what is this translation research is nothing but focus on the integration of activities from bench to bedside. So whatever you have developed a product, for example, you have developed a software to record all the data in the hospital. That is, you have created a software in the medical record. So when an emergency situation, when a patient comes, even if all these data are being captured, you're going to introduce a software into their system. So this is a translation research where all the data have been entered and it is highly protected and it is secured and it will be used only for the patient welfare and along with the clinician. So that is the focus of the integration of activities from the bench to bedside. What is the aim of this translation research? To produce new therapeutics. It can be pharmaceutical, as I told you earlier, herbaceutical or cosmetic product, anything. Medical devices. It can be medical devices concerned with the AI or ML, that is artificial intelligence or machine learning devices, tools for diagnosing devices or diseases. For example, you have some tools, RT-PCR, where you are going to detect COVID cases. There is some tools have been innovated. Avenues for community engagement research. These are the main aims of the translation research. What are the steps or what are the process that happens? Step one is basic research. That is, you would have, for example, your college would have a group of students along with a mentor. They would have discovered or innovated a new product. That is the basic research you happened in your college. Now this has to prove, or it has to be the proof of concept into the prototype has to be proved with evidence along with the patent, where Bandita madam will give you a lot of discussion on that. And this basic research has to be proved to the preclinical trial. So where you come across the animal studies, in vitro studies, animal studies using small animals or large animals based on your product. Once you are successful in the preclinical trials along with the GLP facilities, good laboratory practice, you are entering into the clinical research. In clinical research, we follow GCP, which is called the good clinical practice. So in clinical research, I'll tell you the phases which we will come across. Then once the clinical research is completed and your product is validated along with the regulatory guidelines, every step regulatory guidelines will be adopted. Without regulatory guidelines, you cannot enter into the market. If you are doing in India, you have to come across the CDSCO and the DCGI and ICMR guidelines, biomedical research guidelines. If you're going abroad, you have to follow FDA guidelines. If you're going to Europe, Europe FDA guidelines. So based on the country, you have to follow the regulatory guidelines at every step. In case of basic research, you would have not followed the guidelines. You would have done some prototype, after which every step you have to follow that. And then step 4 involves clinical implementation, and step 5 you are releasing into the market in the public health sphere. These are the steps of translational research. So this is a framework. If you see the basic research, prototype, design, discovery, whatever it is, preclinical development, clinical development, goes for filing in the regulatory guidelines, FDA approval, launch preparation. So basic research, you are providing the foundation for product. You have something in your mind which has been converted into a prototype. Then what happens? You have translation research, where you are converting those basic discoveries from the lab into that product which is going to be focused on particular area. For example, in case of clinical diagnostics, you have developed a kit for a PCR for diagnosing some viral diseases. Now this kit is going to be the prototype which you are going to validate in the translation research. So you have to prove it various analysis and validation in a NABL accredited laboratory. Sometimes you have another pathway called critical pathway during this research process, where you have to develop, suppose there can be failures, there can be some sort of errors happening, come back, do some modification, and again do the concept and prepare it, then you will develop into a new thing. That is called the critical path research. So it happens during the AI product. Sometimes machine learns, sometimes there can be errors. Now those errors, why it has happened, what is the reason, rectify those errors, come back, do the evaluation, and then you proceed. So that this is the critical path for the product development. So each and every step. So basic research doesn't have that. During this process, you will have this critical pathway. Once everything is approved, you will go into the market. So I told you, I'll tell you what are the phases during the clinical research. So if you see the first phase, if you see it's a basic science research. Now, for example, yeah. Now the basic science research is preclinical and animal studies. Now let us say I have developed a nutraceutical product. Okay. Now I have I had worked into a product, and this product is prepared from seeds, fruits, and roots and edible portion of the plants. And these plants, according to the literature survey, says that it is useful for the diabetes, and it is regularly consumed as a food in our daily life. So I have selected those plants and I have prepared a product. After 6 years of study, we have developed a formulation. And this formulation, we have done all the aspects. So you have to do the screening of the plants, whether there is any heavy metal toxicities, because sometimes some soils can create heavy metals. So you have to prove that also. So you do all type of test and come across, and you will say that, yes, I have prepared a formulation. Out of so many formulation you have prepared, one or two will be successful. Now, this one or two will be successful. It will take, for example, 3 or 4 years. For example, I'm telling you. Now, once the product, this is the formulation that you have prepared. This is only a basic research. Now, what you have to understand, if I'm going to take this to the market, will it have a shelf life? Should I add some preservative for creating this shelf life? And will contamination be possible? Okay, so how will the consumer take it? I'm taking it for a diabetes, type 2 diabetes. If I'm taking it for type 2 diabetes, it should not be, it should not add any calories, or it should not create any increase in the glucose value. It should have a property of, what to say, rejuvenation, or increase the insulin production, or activating the beta cells of insulin. So all these questions should come into your mind when you are doing a basic research of such product. So each and every product, you have to frame questions, how I can take it to the last level. Excuse me. So if there are questions one after the other, what happens, you will have solutions and you will have process to develop it. And another thing, I cannot do this as a single person, so I should form a team. If I'm going to develop a nutraceutical, I have an idea. I know how to do it, but I should form a team. The team should be from the different discipline. For example, I should have a nutritionist in this picture. I should have a biochemist. I should have a clinician, especially a diabetologist, who can give me ideas if what are the ways I can give to a patient if it is a nutraceutical. So I should form a team of people who will have similar interests and who are from the different field. If such a team is created, then your basic science research will definitely develop into a success. So this is how. So the nutraceutical that I had developed along with the team has crossed the basic research. But my laboratory in the college is not an NABL accredited laboratory or a GLP laboratory. So their guidelines will not accept mine. So what I have to do, I have to follow the next phase, which is called the preclinical trial. Now this nutraceutical, I will test it in the animals. I will take small animal study, for example, albino rats or Swiss mice or whatever it is. I will choose, I will get a permission. So I will apply for institutional ethical committee based on the OECD guidelines. I will come across the GLP laboratory who can take up this product and do the preclinical trial. If the laboratory has GLP facility and if they have the animal ethics approval, then what happens? They can do the development of that product, and they will do all the studies, mainly acute toxicity studies. You have the guidelines called OECD guidelines, and these guidelines will help you to understand LD form, that is the lethal dose, LD50 you will calculate. You will study acute toxicity, subacute toxicity, chronic toxicity. Then you will go for biochemistry values. Then you will go for pathology. You will see whether your nutraceutical has created any of the adverse effect in any of the organs. So histopathology, all these studies you will carry out in the preclinical trial. So you will define the mechanism. you will understand and you can defend your product to say that yes, the target is going to be the pancreas. It is going to bind with the receptor. One of the molecule of my nutraceutical is going to bind with the receptor, especially on the beta receptor. It increases the insulin production. As a result, what happens, it can decrease the glucose content in the blood. So this is the mechanism and lead biomolecule you're going to talk about in the preclinical pathway. Unless you talk about the pharmacology and pharmacokinetics, you cannot expect that thing to be marketed. Now, the first T0 phase is over. Now coming to the T1 phase. Now you have done the basic research, you have done the preclinical, you have shown the mechanism, you're going to show the lead biomolecule. So I can say that it's prepared from 6 plants and it is synergistic activation is there. But they may ask you a question, which is the main biomolecule? That is called the lead molecule. In that you have to trace it out, study it. Then coming to the T1 phase, that is called translation to humans. If you see here, phase 1 clinical trial, your proof of concept and your prototype is going to be applied here. And then it comes into the translation. Once you test everything in case of human volunteers, then you will take to T2 pathway where you're going to study in patients concerned. So my nutraceutical, I'm saying that it is useful type 2 diabetes. So I will just select the T2 phase is only a diabetic patients. I will select type 2, or in case of obesity also I can include. So exclusion inclusion criteria will be prepared and patients will be screened in that. Then comes in T3 pathway, translation into practice, that is a huge population followed by community into the society. So when you come across all these things, you are going to exactly produce or release that product for the end user, which is going to be beneficial to the society for the diabetic society concerned. So translation of new data into clinical and health decision making is done only in T3, T4 phase, whereas T0, T1 and T2 is concerned from translation from the basic science to the human studies. But whether this is useful or whether this is going to be one of the product efficient in bringing the glucose level and it can be added as a nutraceutical is only decided in these 2 phases. So T0 research of basic biomedical research is only as a, now you know what is the picture. It's only a preclinical and basic research. So I can use animal studies here to prove it. And also in vitro studies, cell culture studies can be used in that. Then T1 research is translation, proof of concept. Then, as I said, it is not only a kit, diagnostic kit, it can be any product of concern. So T2 research, you're going to apply to the patients. T3 research is going to be for the practice and T4 to the community. So this is going to T4 and T3 and T4 will be my examination process where whether my product will be into the market or not. Sometimes there can be failure. They will ask you to go back, do some of, they will give you some queries. Those queries can be addressed and they may ask you to change some of the thing. For example, design, if you're going to create a prototype, the design of the prototype is going to affect in some way or the other. They'll ask you to change the design. So all these things happens, and every step, as I told you, regulatory guidelines will come across. So phase 1, 20 to 50 is my target. Phase 2 is 100 to 300 patients. Phase 3 will be from 1000 to 3000 because here I'm going to study how much it is effective to the population. And phase 4 will be the post-marketing surveillance studies to understand the risk, whether it is going to create any serious adverse effect or how much the risk is, and whether it is beneficial, how much it is beneficial, and how much I have to take, that is the optimal usage, whether I should take once per day or twice per day, what is the concentration, how it should be dissolved, should it be taken orally, all these things will be decided. So this is about the translation pathway or the research with the phases. So this innovation pathway is nothing but development of prototype into a commercially acceptable product. So whatever the prototype that you have developed, it should be viable. If it is not viable, it will not be ultimately used by anyone. So that's why I said initially, any innovation should meet the customer demands and the present scenario. So we all know in India, diabetes is one of the important disease that is coming across in all the ages. Now, if you see, people start to develop diabetes at the age from 25 years on because of the lifestyle modification, obesity, work, stress, so on, so on, so on. So if we are going to create some solution in some aspect of this, that is going to be beneficial to the user, because most of us we work in IT industry, and most of us we work for more than 14 hours, and most of us we work with the this position, sitting position, along with a computer. So we are going to end up with some sort of problem associated with the spine, where we are going to end up with the physiotherapy and ortho. So in those cases, if you are going to create some innovation, that will be useful. Any type of method that can prevent, any type of ergonomic chairs, ergonomics that you are going to provide us for the sitting position, or for the pain on my leg, for the knee pain, etc. Those are the innovation that is very much needed in the current scenario. So successful innovation possesses two key qualities: usable. It should be usable and desirable. um, பொருளை வந்து ஷோகேஸ்ல வைக்கிற மாதிரி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுனால எந்த பிரயோஜனமும் கிடையாது. It should be utilizable, readily utilizable and desirable. Okay, so some sort of a design can be made in such a way that the customer will have in mind, yes, if I get this, I should have a desire to buy it. So that is desirable. Followed by the most important part, which I feel in, because I'm in the healthcare sector, clinical need and a patient centered. I told you, if a patient is suffering from any spine problem, but she has to work continuously, if you are providing some sort of ergonomics, that is patient centered. You are helping the patient to reduce the pain. So these are the examples I'm giving you. So two qualities which you should keep up in mind is usable and desirable, clinical need and patient centered. It should be patient specific. So invention phase. Now I'm coming to the last part called the technology. In the innovation phase, as I told you, starts with the basic research, followed by applied research, and then product and diffusion. All those things happens. So the three stages during this process is conception, creation, and confirmation. Conception, creation, and confirmation should happen only in the invention phase. So generally there are three phases, what you call, and in the invention phase, you have these three things, followed by design and development phase. So the two main phases that are very, very important during the process is invention and implementation. So please see the diagram. You can understand this is a recent framework provided by the US for the medical device technology transfer. Suppose you're going to create any device or even a physiotherapeutic tool, what you have to do is, so conception, creation, confirmation comes in the invention. Now realization, that is, yes, my prototype can go into the market. You make all sorts of modification. For example, you're going to create a walking stick for a blind man. You may ask me a question, there are a number of walking sticks that is available in the market. No, if you're creating a walking stick with a sensor which can detect hurdles during his walking process. Suppose he's walking, there is a stone, and if that walking stick is able to identify that stone, he can move a little away so that he will not fall. That type of sensor oriented walking stick, if you're going to develop, that is useful. That is a realization. So once it comes across the realization phase, integration happens and you start to produce provision and improvement. This pathway is called implementation. The first four is called invention. So invention and implementation should integrate, only then device can come across into the market and it will be used by the end user. So conception in the sense that, as I told you, you must first identify the need. What is the need? For example, if you are a person, you want to work for a disabled children, you can think about how can I help an autistic child to sit for some time by giving him a picture to think about something or a musical instrument where he can use it. So there are so many ways you can think about. So that is your identifying the need. Once you identify the need, you will see the review of literature. Is there anything available in the market prior? Somebody has invented, you cannot go it behind. So you have to think about a new one. So that madam will speak about after my talk. Then your opinions, product brief, then comes the design. Definitely your original design will vary according to the modifications, according to the needs. Then you will go for verification. GLP facility, as I told you earlier, you have to verify it. Process. Process means where you have to come across the design process. If this design is given, will the user like it? Or will the user use it? Is it comfortable for the user? Or else I have to modify it. Think about that. After all these things, then your product has to be manufactured only by the GMP facilities. Good manufacturing practice. This is guidelines I'm talking about. Then you have to think about the supply and the safety. If a person is using my product, how well he is, how safe he is, what is the safety concept? Am I achieving 95% of the safety during my innovation process? So all these things, then you have to integrate risk management, quality management, and regulatory compliance. Without that, you cannot. As I said, told you, regulatory strategy. You have to follow all the guidelines and QC, quality QMS, quality management system should be proper. All these things should be happen for this medical innovation pathway. So the 3 dimension for any pathway is assessing the safety, demonstrating the utility, and industrialization. So if these 3 are there, then your product enters into a successful thing. So students, what are the key steps that you should think about in translation research? So maybe my time taken within this particular time, I have to give you all the details. So I would have run fast. But if you think, what are the key steps that you should keep it in your mind is: one, identify a unique area. So I may not be an expertise. If you ask me, I may be expertise in some area. So think about your expertise and your knowledge, select a field or an area. Establish collaborative relationship with the experienced person and researchers who are already in the field. Build a team. Laboratory experience is essential. That is why I said your curriculum never alone can help you. So you have to add internship, you have to add project trainings. So that will add practical skills or lab knowledge in you. Build a team, present your work often to the collaborators. Even if there are only 2 persons, don't worry, start communicating with them, defend your work, defend your product so that you will be able to communicate with a global team in future. Become a part of the research working group at your institution. Take small steps, take baby steps. That is fair enough. Climb the ladder slowly every step. Don't climb fast, because after all, if you fall, it will be a great injury for you. Be creative and frugal. So what you should do now, at present, what you should do: assess your interest, sit calm, relax yourself, think about you, what is my potential? Self-analysis can be done. So assess your interest, consult reliable sources. I have include a word reliable, that is very important. Make knowledgeable career choices for you. List out the top 3 which you feel that it is very important. Add internship, projects, event management, etc. Participate in seminars, participate in all parts, even paper presentation. All these things will help you to communicate, will help you to collaborate. Sometimes some conferences where you go, you will meet your collaborator who may be interested in your product. So that will help you to collaborate with that organization. Showcase yourself. That is very, very important. So it is not enough to do your best. We know that everyone can do our best, right? But it is not enough to do your best. You must know what to do and then do your best. That is very important. In good clinical practice, we follow Edwards Deming rule. So this is very, very important. So what is a big concept after today's talk? Create a vision. Without vision, it will not happen. So create a vision, have some vision or goal or whatever you may call it. Work in that direction with expert guidance. Take the right steps towards your path of success. You must take right step towards your path of success. So that will create a very, very a big change in you, and you will become a successful entrepreneur one day or the other. So thank you. If there are any questions, you can discuss now, or if you don't have time, these are my email IDs. You can just write a mail to me. I will definitely address your queries. So credits, my special thanks to Dr. Sudhakar Iyer, GM, Women Biotech Park, and also the management, faculty, and students of PSDR College for Women, especially to Dr. Rajesh and Dr. Chitra. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to meet young minds. I'm happy that I have created some knowledge about the skills, and I will hear very soon that someone or the other from your college have become a successful entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. This presentation was very insightful. In fact, like our audience being majority the students, they have must to take away message from your presentation, which is like the skill development with the formula that you have given, 4C and 3R. And your presentation also covered the recent advancement in the health ecosystem, which is digitizing the health ecosystem. Even, I mean, I personally, I'm very happy to know that Ms. Gitanjali is working with you for the clinical trials of her product. And the platform which we are using now, the Zoom platform, they are also coming up with a kind of telehealth and telemedicine platform. And just not that like in the WhatsApp, they are also coming up with innovations to coordinate the health professionals and the patients using the WhatsApp as a platform. So there are many advancements that is happening in the health sector, especially, and very grateful to you to bring in a very good narrative of education to innovation, and also giving the students and our participants an idea of like how the different phases of product development is, and also the different phases of a clinical trial. Very, very informative, and thank you so much. I request our participants to raise hands or unmute yourself if you have any questions to Dr. Sheila. Maybe with the interest of time, I would request all the participants, if you have any questions, we can take it up offline too. You can write to us, and we will try to address your queries, coordinating with Dr. Sheila, if that would be okay for you all.
Yeah, definitely, Dr. Rajesh, it is as a time is a very important factor that we should follow. It is acceptable. Dear participants, if you have any queries, even you can send the queries to directly to me or Dr. Sudhakar, because we are all working as a team. So I will get the queries and I will forward to you. And if there is any other requirement, please contact us. We will help you. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh.
Definitely, ma'am.
Maybe
Thank you so much.
thank
Yes, please,
thank you
please
for
go
the
ahead.
opportunity. Thank
Thank
you.
you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you. We will be starting with our next keynote speaker, Ms. Bantita Panda, very shortly. Please give us 2 minutes of time.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, hello. Hello, Ms. Bantita. We will move on to our next keynote speaker, Ms. Bantita. Welcome, Ms. Bantita, for our today's session. Just to give a brief introduction about Ms. Bantita, she is a highly motivated and experienced intellectual property rights professional, having more than 10 years of experience in patent prosecution and maintenance in India. She also has an extensive knowledge about patent procedures in some of the major jurisdictions worldwide, like USA, Europe, Japan, etc. Complete detailing and analysis and client interactions are her major strength. She provides services in all aspects of patent prosecution, including patentability analysis, preparing and prosecuting Indian patent and design applications, patent maintenance. Also, she provides consultation and research support to IPR domain. With this, I welcome Ms. Bantita. We are very happy to have you here. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, hi.
Yeah, hi. I'm sorry, there's some technical issues because of which, I could not join first and I couldn't hear anything.
That's fine with.
Yeah.
Are you audible now?
Yeah, I am able to hear you. Am I audible clearly?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm
Sure.
sorry if you could repeat if you were addressing something to me because I couldn't hear anything what you had been saying.
Really? I was just introducing you to our participants.
Yeah, then no issues. If you have already done so, I will start.
I'm
my
done
session.
with that. Yes, you may please start with your presentation.
Yeah, so I'll just share my screen and then.
Please let us know if you need any help on this.
No, I can do that. I will just share my screen and
No
then
worries.
I'll take it
Take
from
your time.
there.
Okay.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Just a minute, let me put it on slide. Okay.
Yes.
So yeah. My session will be mostly directed towards the various types of intellectual property rights, what they are. And since most of the audience are students and researchers, I will focus more on patents and designs. So this is, I'll just give a brief introduction of what intellectual property rights are, why they are so important in today's world, and what you should know about them. What are the different types? So intellectual property rights are just like any other tangible rights that you own, whether it's property or a car or a house. So just like you have to register to enforce those rights, with the government, so that nobody else is able to use it and you are able to lease it out to others. Intellectual property rights are same as those rights. You have to get it registered to enforce them, to prevent others from using it, and so that you have the sole monopoly.
Excuse me. We lost you for past 10 seconds. Hello. It looks like she got dropped off. We will wait for a couple of minutes while she is getting reconnected herself. Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, are
Yes.
you able to
We
hear
can hear.
me? I'm
Yes,
sorry,
yes,
there are some
That's okay. That's
internet issues. Yeah,
we understand.
so I will just continue my session.
Yes. Please
Okay,
go ahead. We
just
understand.
bear with me
These
for
things
2 minutes.
happen.
It's really bad today, my internet. I am really sorry for that. You know,
This happens. We understand. That's okay. No worries.
yeah. Yeah, so I will start from where I had left, talking about what intellectual property are. So they are the rights given to the government, to the inventor or creator of any rights that can be patents, designs, trademarks, copyrights, geographical indications, plant variety and farmer rights, semiconductor integrated circuit layout, and trade secrets. So these are the various types of intellectual property rights. I will go over briefly on each one of these intellectual property rights, what they are, what they cover, and why it is important to protect them. So patents are usually inventions when you have come up with a new product or process to make a product. You can you can protect it using patents. Most of these intellectual property rights are territorial rights. That means you have to protect it in each country in which you have business interest. So these are again monopoly right patents that you can have monopoly right over your invention and you can prevent others from using it. So in that case, whoever wants to manufacture the product which is protected by your patents, they will have to ask for your permission, either in the form of a license or assignment, and you can get royalty, money out of licensing or assigning it to others. So just like we have our tangible properties, which we protect by registering with the government and years from the date of filing.
Uh, excuse me, Panchita. Bandita, hello. Uh, apologies, apologies for this inconvenience. Ms. Vandita is uh, kind of like trying to rectify her technical issue. Meanwhile, as requested to Dr. Sudhakar, we will start with his session now, and after this, we will continue with the session by Ms. Vandita. Very good morning, Dr. Sudhakar, and welcome to this session. Uh, to introduce Dr. Sudhakar, he is a PhD in medico-botany bioinformatics from Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. Currently, he serves as a general manager at Golden Jubilee Biotech Park for Women at Chennai. He has professional industry experience of more than 2 decades, working with leading companies like Merck, Becton Dickinson, and Somnomedics in the field of clinical diagnostics. He has rich experience in the field of biochemistry, microbiology, immunology, hematology, hemostasis, rapid diagnosis, sleep biology, and biotechnology. Dr. Sudhakaran also served as head academics in a leading education institute in Chennai. He has conducted several orientation programs in colleges in the field of life science and adapting conducting training program on entrepreneurship skill development. He is also mentoring many startups in the biotech, medtech arena for establishing their innovative products. Very warm welcome to you, sir. We are eagerly waiting to hear from you. You may please start with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh, for your long introduction. And a very, very good morning to all of you. Especially, I'd like to thank the management of PSG College of Krishnamal College of Arts and Science, and my thanks to Dr. Nandini ma'am and also Dr. Chitra Devi and all the entire team over there. So it's a very nice meeting all of you. Sometimes technology can be bane also. So it's normally we consider it as a boon, but sometimes like it happens. So nevertheless, the message which we have to take from the presentations, which already Dr. Sheila ma'am has done, it was a very, very informative session, which I was also going through that. And most of the students, I'm sure you're all doing your maybe PG and PhD and also the undergraduate students. So many takeaways you would have really listened from Dr. Sheila ma'am's presentation. And Bantita ma'am was giving an introduction or insight about intellectual property, which is the key area or the core area, especially when it comes to the part of research. And when you want to make your research with your product, definitely you have to protect your idea. So that's a very, very key area. Hopefully we will get her after my presentation, her network may be a better one, and then we'll try to listen as much as from her, so that you'll be able to understand the importance of intellectual property. In most of the Western countries, especially the US and European countries, the IP has got very good value. So they give a lot of importance to IP. And in the industry, having been in the industry for almost nearly 3 decades, I have seen what kind of benefits the companies have enjoyed when they have come out with a new product and if it has been patented also. So same way, like nowadays the government is traveling towards that in that path, both central government and state government. So that's a very, very key area which we need to learn. Well, with regard to my presentations, I'll be taking through you about what kind of the core things which are required to become an entrepreneur, from the studenthood to the industry person, to an entrepreneurship hood. So what are the things which are required? So that's what I'll be taking through. And for that, what the things you will be requiring apart from the technical idea or the knowledge which you may have. So what are the other things which are required to become a successful entrepreneur? And what is the atmosphere which is prevailing in the country as of now? So these are some of the things which I would like to go through during my presentation. So with that, I'll just put on my video for a better bandwidth, and then I would like to share my screen. Are you able to see the screen now? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir.
Yeah, you are able to see and I'm audible also. Great.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fine. Thank you. Yeah. So Golden Jubilee Biotech Park, that's where I represent. Fine. So become an entrepreneur, I just gave a glance about it. So what are the things you would require as a student? So I would like to know, like the students who are gathered here, more than 130 or 150 students, they are all, I think, from the life science, mainly UG, PG, as also the research scholars who are there, I suppose. Am I correct, Dr. Rajesh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fine, great. So students, first of all, you need to have an idea. So that is very much very key thing, which is essential. So the idea can come. So basically, like you are all given a syllabus, and that has to, the professors take the syllabus, and then you pass, you write an exam, and then get a degree and things like that. So these are the things which normally we do in studenthood. But then when you want to take your idea to an industry level, so you need to really look beyond your syllabus. So that is one thing you need to do. And you should also look around what's happening around you. What are the things which are challenging things which are happening around you in each and every field, every aspect of the field. So you may be liking plant biotechnology, you may be liking microbiology, you may be liking immunology. So various the field which are there in the science. So whichever the area which you feel that you have special liking for that, you have inclination towards that. So go deep into that area, understand what are the things which are currently happening around you in the globally, and then what are the things which would be requiring so that your idea can translate into a product kind of a thing. So first you should have an idea, and then second, there has to be a proper planning has to be there. So I have just put it in 3 simple words, but each and everything, it requires a lot of deliberate, this one, what do you call, attempt, deep thinking, everything is required. So planning can be like short-term planning can be there and long-term planning can be there, and how it's going to suit the need of the market. So that is also you have to really think about it. And then realization. So this is where we all come, the ecosystem which is there in the country, thanks to Department of Biotechnology and BIRAC, and also thanks to the state government. So for that, they have formed biotech park like Golden Jubilee Biotech Park, which has been there for more than 2 decades, more than 20 years we have been existing in Chennai. So this kind of a park which are dedicated to nurture a student into an entrepreneur. So you have a very good ecosystem which is available. At the same time, you also have people who can help you to make your dream realized. So then the success comes to you. So these are the three key things you should have. If you're having it, then you can just travel toward on this path and then come out with a desire whatever you want to come out. Second, I just given a small comparison like employees versus entrepreneurs. What are the different things which are there? So employees normally like less risk taker and kind of a safe game. They play. They are mostly in the comfort zone. So which we call it as a comfort zone. They would like to be there. And entrepreneurs basically they are what do you call the risk takers. They would like to go for kind of an adventurous risk, adventurous journey. As you may be trekking in a hill. So sometimes in Coimbatore, like you may be trekking in Velliyangiri hills. So that's kind of an adventure you would like to take. Or if you're going to Sirvani and then walking through that hill, where you might think that sometime elephant may come or not. So it's kind of a thrilling experience you will have. But by the time you reach Sirvani and then take a good bath in the the falls, then all the trouble will go. All the you'll enjoy the most. Same way, the entrepreneurs will always would like to take risk. So, and then they will be in fact creating employment. They'll not be looking for employment. So employees normally like most of the employees look for the Wednesday newspaper, either Times of India or Hindu, where the ascent and the Times ascent and then opportunities which are coming. But these are the people who would like to give an advertisement in Wednesday's paper so that they can get more employment. So it's totally the other way around. But then there is when there is a risk, there is also huge benefit is also attached to that. So this I have just put it in this pictorial form, what kind of a benefit an employee would get and the entrepreneur would get. Easily, I think you can infer from this picture the amount of money the entrepreneurs are going to get, at least 4 times more than what an employee would get. So here I have just put it in speaker, not only that entrepreneur, to themselves they would get the money, but it is also they will be contributing towards the economy and economic growth of the country. So that is what the current government has been stressing, that the Make in India policy, which is very, very essential. So they want to what do you call, become self-reliant in each and every industry. Take for instance, in case of healthcare, in case of defense, in case of agriculture, in case of various other industry, our government would like to become a self-reliant one. So all of you know, the students, you're all maybe very young, but the professors would recollect when the Pokhran, the nuclear test which India did in 90s. So when that then the government BJP was there. So that time Dr. Abdul Kalam was one of the key instrumental person who did this one, and that time a lot of sanctions was put on our country globally, especially by the United States. But then we could overcome that only because of that, the self-reliance and the self-sustainability idea which we had, and then we were traveling through that. And whatever the Make in India policy which is happening, whatever the support system which the government is giving, all those things, the seed was sown almost, let us say 20 to 30 years back. And then now we are enjoying this. So in fact, BIRAC, the institution from Department of Biotechnology, which has been there for about 10 years. So the 10 years, it has become very, very robust, especially for the life science students. So a lot of happenings which are there. We'll also be seeing what kind of happenings which are there in our country, and what kind of a scope for each and every student which is lying ahead once you come out of the college. So this is another thing. I have just put it entrepreneurship as a glance actually. So as an entrepreneur, as a student, like when we are in the science arena, science stream, we'll be knowing everything about science, at least most of the things about science, what is given in our textbook. But then apart from that, when you want to become an entrepreneur, you need to really come out of the comfort zone, which I was mentioning earlier. So unless you desire not to come out of the comfort zone, you cannot become an entrepreneur. So you have to prepare your mind, mentally be prepared for accepting the changes, for accepting the newer things. So if you want to become a successful entrepreneur, you may be a very good scientist, but when you want to run a company, you need to be a good administrator. You need to understand what are the latest things which are happening in the IT industry, and little bit about legal things, because you are taking one biological source, and that source actually has to comply with the biodiversity norms. If you need to understand the biodiversity norms, then you need to know a little bit of legality also. So whether I can use this one or not, if I use this one, will it be accepted? Will it be approved when I launch a product from this biological source? All those intricacies, the finer details one needs to really understand. And definitely an entrepreneur has to be a good human resource person also. Because after all these things, when we come, even if we come out with the products are manufactured by human. The products are manufactured by a team of human. So we need to really manage them well. We need to motivate them well, so that they give the best to the company. So this is also aspect we need to know. And once the product is manufactured, prototype is developed, the product is made, it has to be launched in the market. Then we need to understand the logistics, distribution, network, how the market behaves, customer behavior, market behavior, all those things we need to understand. For that, the sales and distribution is also a key area we need to understand. So we cannot say that I have done PhD in life science, so why should I learn about IT? Why should I learn about legal aspect? What is the point in learning about HR? What importance it has got with regard to sales and distribution? All those things we have to put back all those things behind our mind, and then keep your mind very open to learn all these things. Then only you can become a real complete entrepreneur. Otherwise, one area only you will be expert, but other areas will not be expert. So these are some of the skills which we require. As I said, the innovation has to be there. So again, we may recall and no, I may ask you to remember the basic one, that is necessity is the mother of invention. So that's a golden statement. So please, we have to stick to the basics and then remember that necessity is the basic, no, necessity is the basic one for the invention. Okay. So the thing is that right now with the hydrocarbons and fuel, all those things, when the air pollution which has happened, so the need for alternative energy, alternative source which has come. So that's why Elon Musk has become a multi-billionaire. So you can imagine the Tesla company which is coming out with the electric car, the battery-driven car. So they have already become a billionaire. So why? Because the necessity has been there. So the alternative, the energy which was in need, and he has capitalized this opportunity, and then he has become a multi-billionaire. Same thing, any other companies also doing, like Hyundai and all other, the companies which are also doing it. So one has to be very innovative. That's why I was telling you, apart from your syllabus, you have to really look around what's the challenges which are going around you, and then whether you can offer a solution to that. So every challenge, dear students, please take it as your opportunity. Don't look for opportunity, but every challenge is your opportunity. And every problem can become your product. So that is a basic thing. If you keep it in your mind, definitely innovative ideas, you will not be dealt with that. There will be a lot of innovative ideas which will come, which you really can translate that into your product. And then the focus has to be there, as we all of us know. Without the focus, focused mind, so we will not be able to reach the goal. So here, like Raman spectroscopy, the Raman effect, which happens, like the scattered mind, it can also, Raman effect can happen to our mind also. So we need to see that doesn't happen, and then be really focused on that. For that focus only, we need to have a strategy, and then the planning and all those things will come. And the strategy can be very, very dynamic. So we cannot have a very static strategy, making it in the year beginning, and then expecting the same thing would happen in the year end. It won't happen. And strategy also can be customized. When it comes to region-wise region, for example, a product which is in need for an Indian, the customer may not suit European customer. It may not suit the US one. So if you're trying to go for a global reach, then you need to have different kind of a system. For example, the car which we are driving, we have the steering on the right side, but the same thing is not there. If you are going to Middle East or if you're going to European countries, the steering is on the left side there. So the same thing won't happen. So BMW or Mercedes, when they want to sell their product in India, they have to have the steering on the right side. Otherwise, their cars cannot be sold. It won't be approved also. So these are some of the strategies, some of the understanding of the global market or the global system one needs to have. The dedication has to be very, very 100%. It has to be there. So it's not very easy that like you can go to a market and buy something and then you are enjoying it. It's not going to be that way. If you have an idea, if you think that you have an idea, you have to completely dedicate yourself more than 100%, and then always see what are the things which will go against your idea. There is something called negative brainstorming. All of us, we know that we have to have a brainstorming session. When we say brainstorming session, we really exercise our brain. We come to a collective, collective discussion. Yeah, collective quotient. We call it as a CQ, collective quotient. Like you have IQ, so this is something called CQ. So here actually we have to also have the negative brainstorming. So this negative brainstorming is that what are the things can put you down. So you need to list out all those things, and whether you can nullify that, whether you can just overcome those obstacles in your mind itself or in your jot down in a paper and then come out it. And then if you execute it, there are chances of failure is very, very less. I'm not saying when you put an effort, it's not going to be, it is always going to be successful. Never any effort, no, it's going to be 100% successful. There is going to be always a failure. And the failures are the one which will give you a great lesson than the success actually. So you need to really do that negative brainstorming before really launch a product. And then the communication. So communication is a very, very vital tool. Both internal communication with your own team, as also with an external communication with the end user, with your all the stakeholders, you need to do that communication. So unless the communication is effective, what you're thinking, you'll not be able to express it, and then you'll not be able to get the outcome which you desire to get it. So these are the three things which are very important. And the last thing I have just put it like leader. Here I have put leader as not by sitting in a cabin and giving commands, but then the leader has to be lead by an example. So you need to go to the ground level, understand the need, understand the problem, understand the difficulties, then offer a solution. So this kind of a leader only can have a sustainable success in the long run. Many of the companies, if you see, they all work in the ground level and then they understand the difficulty, then come out with the solutions. So please keep all these things in your mind, so which will really be a helpful one. Here I would like to little bit of have an interaction with the students. I think all of them have been muted, but then if they can chat also, it would be fine. So I will ask some question, and if students can answer without looking into Google or something, it will be great. Yes, can you anyone identify who is this person? Any students, you can write it in the chat box and send it if you have identified this person. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, any students are able to identify? Yeah, any chat has come? I'm also seeing.
Not many.
Okay, another 30 seconds I'll give if anyone can identify. So, okay, I'll go with the answer. Yeah. So now can anyone say who is this person on the right side?
Now people might identify.
Okay, this is Dr. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. So she is considered to be the queen of biotech in India, and her company name is called Biocon. So Biocon is one of the leading producers of insulin in India. So she's having thousands of employees in her company. Yeah, Biocon CEO, somebody has just this one message. So congrats, but it has come a little bit late, but nevertheless, it's good attempt. Thank you. So Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, she's been the icon and role model for most of the entrepreneurs in India, especially for women entrepreneurs. We as Golden Jubilee Biotech Park, nurturing the women entrepreneurs for last 20 years. All our entrepreneurs who are in the park, they all have a very high esteem for Dr. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. So she has been also, I think, awarded many awards by Indian government and also by the foreign governments. So she's that person. So next I'll go with my other one. So this is very easy. I think, can anyone chat, give a answer through chat? Students? If you want to become entrepreneur, you must be knowing all these people. Hello, no idea has come as answer in the chat box. She's very famous, Indira Nooyi, the CEO of PepsiCo. Yeah, the women CEO who held at the helm of Pepsi for quite long time. Yeah, so I'll go with the third one. So on the right side from your picture, the person who is standing from left to right, the last one. Yeah. Students, anyone? Sudha Murthy, who has said Puja. Congratulations, Puja. You are from BIRAC Yuva Center. Okay, Sudha Murthy. Excellent. Yeah, she is Infosys Sudha Murthy. So all these people you can see on the left side how they were before becoming an entrepreneur or before taking up the real good position. But once they have become entrepreneur, you can see the body language, you can see the gesture, you can just see how confident they are. So that is kind of a thing which has made them become an entrepreneur. So I'll just give you. So what is required to become an entrepreneur is a complete transformation. So it's a transformation which has to happen from within yourself. So external stimuli, motivational talk, and then the guidance, and then the various ways and means which all the all your professors and all the industry people we all can give you. But unless you desire to become an entrepreneur, it would be very difficult. Yeah. So always I say, whenever I interact with students, your boat, your ferry can take us from one side of the river to another side of the river. But unless we desire to get into that ferry, we'll not be able to cross the river. We'll only be standing on the side bank of the river. So you have to have that intrinsic motivation, which is more powerful, so that you can really become one of these persons. Like even to mention that your own college, Dr. Nandini ma'am, she is also one of our role models. The way she conducts, the way that various the administrative capacities and everything. So definitely she can also be one of the role model for all of us. Right. So as all of us know, to launch a rocket, we need a launch pad. So similar way, to launch as an entrepreneur, what we require is this kind of a Golden Jubilee Biotech Park. So this is, as I said earlier, many parks which are available thanks to the central government and state government across the country. At least the incubation center, which we'll be going through in my presentation. So that is available more than 16 numbers across the state, across the country. And even in our state we have, and even nearby Coimbatore also there are incubation centers available. And even the GUO center is again one of the launch pad. It's going to be for realizing your dream. So you don't have to really think about whether any conducive atmosphere or the platform which is available for me to launch my dream. We are there to support you. So if you have a good idea, definitely that can be translated. Well, coming to our BioNest, this is our BioNest R&D center. Thanks to BIRAC, they have fully sponsored this BioNest, both infrastructure as well as the equipment facility and everything. We have many incubators who have worked, at least more than 20 to 25 incubators. They have been working since it was launched in 2017. And currently also we have about 15 incubators who are working in different areas. All of them in bioscience and life science and artificial intelligence, biomedical and things like that. Many of the incubators, they got graduated in the sense that they have come out with the product, launched their product and got into the manufacturing side as well. So this is the facility which we have. And BioNest, this again, what kind of an instrumentation we have, fermenter and then gel dock system, yeah, and RT-PCR, all those things which we have. I have put it across the list of equipment. We have HPLC analysis, both preparatory and analytical. You can see a whole list of equipment which we have. So most of the students, they also avail this facility for their research project or PG project and things like that. And many of them, they do research and then develop their own product. So we have a technical expert team who can assist them in terms of troubleshooting when they use this equipment, in terms of explaining how the instrument to be used and things like that. So we have a complete support system which is in place. Here I'd like to go with a small video about our BioNest. So this will be kind of a lab tour which you can see.
Sir, is there an audio to it?
Hello?
Sir, is there an audio?
Audio is there, yeah. Yeah, audio is there.
We can see, but I think at least for me, like we cannot hear anything.
You cannot
We
hear
can
anything?
Yes.
You're not able to hear anything?
No, at least for me, no.
From my side, it's unmute only.
Yes. No, this has to be adjusted in the settings.
Sir, I don't think we need to do anything from our, because I'm able to hear the audio from here.
Okay. That's okay, sir. We just watch the video.
Okay.
Or if you have a different file, or a VLC file or a media player file, you can play it.
Yeah, I will just check, sir. Huh? Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay, sir. No worries.
Yeah, I will just check on that. This is our co-working space actually, where incubators, they are given a bench to do their wet lab analysis. Each space is numbered.
Sir, it would be helpful if you can give the voiceover.
Yeah. Our BioNest actually pollution complied one, and equipped with the fully power backup is the 24/7. RT-PCR and HPLC kind of instruments which are available. So most of our incubators are availing these services. So currently we have about 12 to 13 incubators who are working in the BioNest center, and we have a full capacity up to 16. So we are almost operating on 80 to 90% capacity, and they have been doing the research and producing the product. So that was about it, the BioNest facility. Sorry for that audio, which you could not hear it. Can I go to the next slide, sir?
Please.
Yeah. So what is the support we are giving for our incubators or entrepreneurs? So that I'll just put it in the slide. And you can see here, starting from infrastructure. So our park, which is actually sprawling about 20 acres of land, and where there are about 23 companies which are functioning. So I'll go through that details also in the coming slide. So basically, we give an infrastructure. This park is something like first of its kind as an integrated model, in the sense that you have space from R&D. So R&D, which you can do in the BioNest Center, which you are seeing the video in the previous one. So from there R&D, we have a unit model. So the unit model, each one comprises of about 1,000 square feet, where they can do the pilot scale study, and then they can even do the small scale manufacturing the activities also. And most of our entrepreneurs are doing that. And once they are done this small scale manufacturing, and then when they want to expand it, then we have land the field where they can construct their own factory and go for a large scale manufacturing. So from R&D to complete manufacturing scaling up facility we have. So this kind of a park, I don't think anywhere it's existing in India as of now. So that's why it has been unique, and it's only for women entrepreneurs. So that's again adds that value for the park. So we have this infrastructure facility, which is one of the most cost economical and affordable one for any startup who would like to start their operation, because they don't have to really huge money in terms of investment on all this aspect, but they can really focus on their research. Then we are also giving funding support and assistance, both we are giving. So I'll be going through separately on the funding, what kind of funding which are available for the entrepreneurs and for students. Then marketing and distributions, we are also supporting on that logistic aspect. Then when it comes to compliance and regulatory, so we give very good support on compliance and statutory, so that the product gets proper approval, and then before launch of the product. Then we give the support on the IP, so intellectual property. You have seen Bandita ma'am was giving a presentation. So she supports all the entrepreneurs in the park in terms of what kind of patent they can go for it. Either they can go for design patent, or they can go for the process, or for the product itself, or for the technology. And what are the things they need to really take care in terms of not to infringe upon others. All those key areas, she really guides our incubators. So this kind of support we are giving. And just this is a complete holistic approach we are looking at. We don't just look at an incubator has an idea, okay, get incubated and be on your own. So we don't just leave it in that way. We do that hand-holding approach. So that's what we do. So that we want to make more of a success. So basically, a statistic says that out of 10, there are 7 failures and only 3 entrepreneurs who are becoming successful. So we would like to at least reverse that. 7 successful and maybe 3 can go here and there. So that's the reason we give a complete holistic approach. Any incubation center, I would suggest that they should be looking at it, looking at all these aspects. So then only an entrepreneur can really become a successful one. Otherwise, like halfway through in a relay race, halfway through they'll be just standard, and then they'll not be reaching that final destination. So please keep that in mind, so that we give a holistic approach. Here again, I would like to interact with students. I would like to know who is this person. It may be very difficult just to looking at the picture. I would also recommend students not to Google it and then trying to see who is this person and but you can again give a chat because these are the key areas which are required, very, very essential to become an entrepreneur. So I thought I'll share this with you. So anybody? Yes, take 30 seconds again and then get back to me. No idea. So I'll give you another clue. So you can see now he was born in 1933 in an island called Malta, Southern Europe, which has population of 4 lakhs and a size smaller than Chennai. Any idea from the students' side? Oh, yeah, one chat has come, I think. Yeah. Yes, that saying no. Okay, that's fine. No idea. Okay, I'll give the answer. Go to the next slide. How many of you have heard of this person, Dr. Edward D. Beno? He is actually considered to be the father of lateral thinking and creativity. Anybody has heard of him? Okay, so he's actually very instrumental in coming out with this kind of what do you call concept, which is called the lateral thinking. So which is very essential for an entrepreneur because as per the plan, definitely things are not going to go. It's not going to roll out as per what you plan. There is definitely going to be a lot of obstacles which are going to come. We always keep hearing saying that no, you have to think out of the box. You have to do smart thinking. Don't do hard work, but do smart work. All those things we keep hearing. But when it comes to work, definitely we have to do hard work. But when it comes to thinking, yes, we can think smart. So we can think out of the box for a solution. So if we have a problem, the solutions can be approached in different angles. For a company, suppose you want to raise fund of, let us say, 30 lakhs or 40 lakhs. So you may not really get that fund. So you may get stuck. So then you need to look around and then see what different avenues which are available to raise that amount of funds so that you can continue your work. So this kind of obstacle when it comes to difficulty, then you need to really think about the out of the box and the lateral thinking, which really plays a major role. So next slide, I would like to do a small exercise, suppose. So definitely I would like to have interaction from the students with this one. If it was a physical event, definitely I will ask some students in a physical mode and then definitely get answer. But in a virtual mode, it becomes increasingly difficult. Maybe I need to also do some lateral thinking and come out with a solution for this interaction. Okay, so can all of you read this question and then anyone can give an answer to this? Hello.
Requesting any of the participants to unmute themselves and answer this.
Two students sitting on opposite side of the same desk, so there is nothing in between them. Why can't they see each other? That's a question I have put it across. Any participants would like to think and answer, because this kind of a questions are asked in logical thinking and reasoning and things like that. Yeah, one chat has come, very good, but it has come. Maybe there is no light. No, it is having a LED light or whatever focus light you can say. It is having light and they are not blind also. Opposite side post. Who has said this? Mazid Sambar. Okay, great. Congrats. It's a correct answer. They sit no back to back, so they are not able to see each other. Great. Good going. Yeah. Thanks for the answer. So the next one. Again, I would like to have an interaction through chat box. There are only 2 T's in the Timothy Tuttle, true or false? Students, yes. It is true. Okay, why? To Tuttle, one is silent. No, you have to really look at what kind of a T I have put it there. So there are only 2 type of T's which are there, the caps one. So that's how you have to look at it. Great, thank you. The third one, the last one about this interaction. Sorry. One day 2 mothers and 2 daughters went shopping for shoes. Shopping spree was successful and together they bought 3 pairs, 2 mothers and 2 daughters. How? We can answer me. Any answer for this? Who is Rachana? Yeah, Rachana Sharma. Excellent. Excellent. And also Santosh. Excellent. Great going. Yeah. Thanks, students. So I think most of you have answered it. So it's really nice to see that answers are coming. So this kind of lateral thinking one has to have. Normally, I say whenever I interact, in personally, the great grandfather of lateral thinking, we can call it like Hanuman ji. So when he went to pick up this, the holy hill, so he picked up he could not find out the holy herb. So he just brought the hill itself, the Sanjeevi hill itself. So it was kind of a lateral thinking he had. So when he could not find out the holy herb, so he did not come back empty-handed, but then he brought the hill itself, so that the whatever Vaidyas, he can take the proper herb and then treat Lakshmana. So it was kind of a lateral thinking one has to have. It is it will keep coming in your entrepreneurship journey. So please keep that thinking in your mind. So that also makes your brain very, very active. Yeah. Fine. Now we are just going to look at some of the aspects which are going to be very essential for you in the sense that biotech market, how it is there, and how big the market size which you are all going to be absorbed in the coming years. So it's about 369 billion in 2016, and it's going to be reaching about 727. I think after COVID, it's going to touch almost 1,000 billion global market, which is growing about 7.24%. And the Indian market, it's about 11.6 billion in 17, and 100 billion they have estimated in 2025. So you can imagine the kind of market which you are going to be playing in. So it's growing about almost 30%, which is a very, very phenomenal growth rate, which is there, very robust system, which is there, thanks to Department of Biotechnology and BIRAC. So most of the colleges now, the classrooms are full with the bioscience and biotechnology admissions. It is because of this robust system where everyone can be absorbed, and then they can lead a very, very good life and excel in their career. So that's because of that, it's happening. And this is kind of a market pie. I have put it across the distribution among various industry. So whichever industry you are interested, you can get into that. So there is no dearth for opportunity. So you can always look for that and then do whatever you want to do in an excel manner. These are some of the happenings which have happened very recently. Almost 3,000 crore have been invested by Telangana state government. Again, during the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit, more than 5,000 crore have been invested in the biotechnology segment. All these things which never happened when we were students, when I was a student of life science, all this kind of happenings never happened. It's like history. We call it like Gupta's period is the golden period of India. So same way, this is the golden period for biotechnology in India. So this kind of investment which are going around. And there has been a MOU which has been between Syngene International and Biocon Limited, which has happened. And again, more than 2,000 crore Department of Biotechnology has received, and Telangana government again struck an MOU, and 1,000 crores more than that has been invested for the development of biotechnology segment. And because of all these happenings only, we could even during the crisis of pandemic, we could immediately come out with a Covaxin, in the indigenous manufactured vaccine, and then we could export to various countries across the globe. And these are very proud moment for the biotechnology segment. I'm sure all of you also will be contributing and not traveling towards that. And these are some of the schemes which BIRAC is offering. So this is from idea, that is what they have said, ideation stage, from idea to the market. So they just put it in the gradual stage, how it improves. So as I said, if you have an idea, and there are a few criteria which are very important. The idea has to be having a very social impact, has to be there, and there has to be a need for developing that idea into a product, and that product has to have it has to be a commercially viable, commercial value should be there. So these are the 3-4 basic criteria one should keep it in mind when you are trying to come out with an idea. So think that whether your idea is very innovative one, novel one, whether it can be translated into a product, whether that product has a market or not, even if it has a market, whether it can have a commercial value. These are the 4 things. If you have, you can pitch in for any grant. So I'll just give you a few examples of the grants which are most of our incubators have got. You can see one grant which is from the down to the third, that is called BAG, that is Biotechnology Ignition Grant, which is almost about 50 lakhs you can get for idea. You can get for an idea 50 lakhs. So most of our incubators, more than 60% of them, they have received this grant. This is the first step they take, and then they go for further grants and then translate that idea into a product. Okay. And second one, you can see the SIBRI one. Again, once you got the BAG grant, and when you are trying to develop a prototype and scaling a process, if you require additional money, then you can again ask for another grant, which is SIBRI. That is again a 50 lakh fund is available. And students, especially for you, BIRAC has given some of the schemes. One is called Sitare. So one is called Sitare. So this Sitare is especially for the students who are doing their UG, PG, and what do you call the PhD students. That is Student Innovation for Translation and Advancement of Research Exploration. That's called Sitare. So a student can get, let us say, up to 15 lakhs grant in this. You have an idea, pitch for this one, and normally the call for is rolled down twice in a year, if I'm right, and the funding is up to 15 lakhs, you can get it. So straight away, you have a brilliant idea, you can apply for 15 lakhs. And there are other schemes which are there. That is something called PACE. So PACE, which is promoting academic research conversion to enterprise. So this scheme is especially for academia industry relations. So they have, the BIRAC has launched it. One is called AIR, AIR. So the scheme is called AIR, that is Academic Innovation Research. Another one, contract research scheme, that is also available. And then this kind of research, you can again get funding up to 50 lakhs. So when it comes to the patenting and all those things, the academic institution, which is doing the research, definitely they can own the patent, or they can have an understanding with an industry and then arrive at a conclusion how they can own the patent and then come out with the product. So this kind of various schemes which are available from the BIRAC. You can visit BIRAC site and learn more about it, or please write to us. We will guide you what kind of schemes which you can apply. There are other schemes which are from Tamil Nadu state government which are available. One is called Innovation Voucher Program. So this is again for what you call the idea which the Entrepreneurship Development and Innovation Institute is giving from Chennai. So this is 2 lakhs. Anyone can get it if they're having good idea. Then the plan B, they get up to 5 lakhs. So this is also almost all, maybe 80%, I would say, incubators have received these grants from the EDI. And Startup India and Tamil Nadu schemes, like this is up to 50 lakhs you can get. This is given by the Startup India Ministry of Commerce, and Startup Tamil Nadu, they are giving up to 10 lakhs. So you can imagine the amount of money which is available in front of you if you have a good idea and if you would like to become an entrepreneur. And this is, we have with the Biotech Park, the BIRAC, after seeing our success for last many years, BIRAC has given us funding up to 2 crores. And in that 2 crores, we can invest in any entrepreneur who have developed a prototype and they are ready to scale up the product, and we can invest up to 30 lakhs. So any entrepreneur who are ready with the prototype, wants to scale up their activity, wants to do the clinical trials and validation, they can get up to 30 lakhs. So various fundings are available. Just to put it in a nutshell, from 2 lakhs up to, let us say, up to 7 crores, the funding is available for any entrepreneur. Well, so I would have given the introduction in the beginning as Park's journey, but then I thought, let me go through all the slides and then give you a gist of the Park journey, what we have been doing in this ecosystem. So the Park came into existence in 2001. So since almost 20 years, 21 years, we have been nurturing women entrepreneurs. Almost 23 companies which are headed by women, which are functioning in the Biotech Park. As I said, it's sprawling about 20 acres of land. And these companies, they manufacture various products in terms of in various fields, in terms of nutraceutical, in terms of aromatics, in terms of monoclonal antibody and polyclonal antibody, and in terms of medical equipment for wound detection, diabetic foot ulcer, the non-invasive medical device, and also for the breast cancer margin detection using the terahertz technology. So various people are working in different areas, and each area is unique with the Park, and they have produced almost 21 grants. Actually, it has increased to 28 grants as of now, and more than 12 crores they have won. And I have just listed out what are the different grants they have won from the state government and central government. And we have been having footfalls. Most of the students come here, try to learn what is going on in Park, and then trying to interact with the entrepreneurs, take some motivation from them, and then they are doing that. So we have more than 20,000 number of students who come and visited the park. So this kind of contribution we are doing it. At any given time, park has about 400 personnel, and almost 75% of them are women. So that's about the park journey. And these are this many products which with the help of BIRAC, Indian companies, Indian startups, they have manufactured it. And we are very proud that the park has also contributed to this slide and manufacture some of the products which are featured over here. So that's about it. And one last slide, I would like to put it across this one. All of us know what atom is, and we have also studied about the Thomson model of atom, Rutherford model of atom, and we have also heard about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So how the electrons are revolving around the atom and all. So if you see here in an atom, like we have a nucleus where the protons and neutrons which are present, and the electrons are in the outer shell, which is revolving, not in a literally a spherical way, but in a wavy form. It is rotating the atom. So which is what Heisenberg has the principle is saying. So if you look at this atom, so one lesson we can we have been studying about the atom, but one lesson we can take it from the atom, that is the protons, which is having the positive positively charged, and though the neutron is neutral and the proton is positively charged, which is present inside the nucleus, and electron which is negatively charged, which is present outer shell of the nucleus, outermost shell of the atom. So same way, keep the positive in your mind and keep the negative outside your mind, because always we are bombarded with a lot of negative and the unwanted things which are always revolving around us. But keep that be positively charged and keep the positive aspect in your mind, and then keep the negative outside. That's one message I wanted to give you. And then thanks for your patient listening. Thank you. If you have any question, most welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insightful talk. You have covered almost all the pathways of entrepreneur journey, and you also have taken us through the facility at Golden Jubilee, Golden Biotechnology Park for Women. And you also have given us a brief of like what are the funding options and schemes available at the BIRAC. I think like this is very insightful and informative for the students, and I hope that the participants will be availing all these facilities through the EUA BIRAC Center at BSGRPCT. Requesting any of the participants to unmute themselves and come up with questions if they have any.
Yeah, one question has come from Majid. For independent researcher, is there any best scheme? Independent researcher has to become an incubatee. Either you can become a pre-incubatee at Krishnamal itself. They have the EUA Center. Or if you have completed your graduation, PhD and everything, and you have started your company, you need to get incubated with any of the incubation centers which are available across the country, and then start your research. So unless you are an incubatee, the funding opportunity will be, the government may not sanction the funding opportunity. Yeah.
To add to this, there is also the BIG grant for independent innovators. Once you are granted or like sanctioned with the grant, you can also form a startup later on a later stage. Just an additional information.
Yeah.
Any other questions, please? Okay. Thank you. If you have any questions, the participants, like you may please send it to us to the email address that you have already with you. We will coordinate with Dr. Sudhakar and will address your answers very soon, questions very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, so much for this the presentation. We are happy to host you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Priyadarshini from Biotech Park. I just wanted to check like if Ms. Bandita is able to join. Priya. Oh, hi. Hi, Bandita.
Hi, I think I was unmuted. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yes. Can you have your session now?
Yeah, so I just wanted to know the estimate of time we have because I don't want to keep the students for long. Yeah.
I understand. Maybe 20 to 25 minutes should be okay.
Yeah, I will try to because it's a vast topic.
I understand.
So would try to bring in all important aspects that I want to put forth. So, but
otherwise, what is the minimum time that you would require?
At least 20 minutes, and then probably if they have questions,
we'll take the questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You may start with this.
Yeah. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, the window, but not the PPT. I think like you have shared the entire window.
I don't know why it's not taking that. Yeah. Okay.
It is visible.
Okay. So I will just, without wasting time, I will just go to where I had stopped. I was talking about patents. It is a monopoly right given by the government for a limited period of 20 years. So after 20 years, it becomes, generic. Anybody can use it. The patentee cannot stop them from using or making or selling the product. But till 20 years, the patentee has the monopoly over the invention and nobody else can use it without taking license from the patentee. So it is important when you are planning for an entrepreneurship, in future, that you know about these things, that if you have invented, you can stop others from using it. You yourself can manufacture or provide license to others to make or sell the product. So you can get benefit out of it, monetary benefit out of it. But if you have not invented, so can you still make some products and market it? That is important. You have to know whether there are any patents existing for that product. You have to do a patentability analysis, whether it's already available, whether it's free to use. So you can go to the patent office site and search for, any inventions that are already protected in India. If they are not protected, you are free to use it, make it, sell it. So, this is, it's a very important aspect of patents that I want every entrepreneur to know when they are starting to manufacture or sell a product or using a process. So they should be aware of this thing, that you have to search, do an analysis if anything like this is already protected as patents. So the next type I would like to discuss is designs. So there is a kind of confusion in the market whether, if you are launching a product, before that, whether you should patent it or you should have a design registered. So I will just give you an example, the difference between patents and designs. For example, a mask, if it is a new mask that you have invented and you don't know whether you have to protect it under patents or designs. So patents will only cover the technical part. That means how it is beneficial in terms of the protection it provides, whether it is providing, it is a 95 or 99 and 95 and 99. So these are the fabric that you use for the mask, whether it is allowing you to breathe, a user to breathe well. So these things which are technical effects of the product are protected as patents. But the external, how it appears, without giving a technical advantage, that part can be protected under design. For example, the shape, if it's not having any technical issue, aspect or advantage, or if the color or the print on it, those things can be protected under designs. So design registration again is a monopoly. If it is registered, it provides monopoly for 10 years, which can be extended for another 5 years. So this is only things that are external aesthetic aspect of any product can be protected under design. So the next type of intellectual property rights is trademarks. Trademarks, trade names, it usually protects, suppose you have a company for making some, making and selling a product, and the product is sold under a brand name, okay, and your customers or users recognize those product as yours, due to those brands, logos, brands, name. So those things can be protected under trademarks. So trademarks is again a monopoly right. You can prevent others from using your trademarks, okay, and that it is an indefinite right. It's not a restricted year right, that it can be, you can have indefinite monopoly, but you have to renew this right every 10 years. The registration has to be renewed every 10 years. So like that, you have copyrights. Copyrights, I know most of you would be aware of it. Any literary work, any performance related rights, or if it is a website, if you are marketing your products through a website, you can protect the website itself, the various pages under it, under copyrights. Similarly, software programs, if they don't have any technical effect, they can be protected under copyrights. But this is in recent years, patents also have been awarded for software program if they are having some, bringing about some technical effect in a product, or the product's working, is dependent on the software program, then patents can be granted for that. Then we have, and copyright again, just trademark and copyrights, geographical indications, these are, rights that are automatically granted when you start using it, when you have used it for some product. So you get an automatic right. But to enforce this right, it is good that you can register with government, as a trademark or a copyright, or the geographical indication, so that if somebody is using your products or that brand name or your copyrighted items, then you can stop them from using. You can go to court and you can stop them from using it. So this is important, that though these rights are automatically granted, but you can enforce it better by registering it with the government. So geographical indication is somewhat similar to trademark. It is an indefinite monopoly given to a product which is originating from a particular place. That is why it is called geographical indication. One good example of this is Tirupati Laddus. They have been protected under geographical indications. So here again, you can restrict others from using it, and you can get commercial benefit out of these. So the other type of intellectual property right is plant variety and farmer's right. Any new variety of plants, whether it's trees, vines, or crops, they can be protected. They are not protected under patents. They have to be protected under a separate a right called plant variety, and it is again a time. There's a limited time for which it can be protected. For trees, it is 18 years. For crops, it is 15 years. And semiconductor integrated circuit, this is related to electronics, so that again is a monopoly for 10 years from the application date. Now, the last one, trade secrets, is, it's have been used from centuries. People have been protecting, not divulging the invention or a product, how it is made. So you can protect. So there is always a thin line between patents and trade, whether you should protect under patents or you should keep it a trade secret. Because, in patents, when you are registering a patent, you have to divulge all the related information. You have to give how the product is manufactured in great detail so that anybody can make it. So that is the only disadvantage of patents, that people can reverse engineer. They can make things out of it. But trade secrets, if you keep, it is difficult to get information and reverse engineer it. So these things, trade secrets, there is no law or government issued protection given. It is up to the inventor to keep it secret and not let it out in the public, open to the public. So, like, for example, Coca-Cola, their recipe, they have kept it a trade secret from centuries. So no, but there is a great deal of, work involved there. You have to keep it closely guarded so that it is not out in open. But, nowadays, government has started recognizing this, and it can be enforced in courts. If somebody has stolen your trade secrets and you can prove it in the court, you can still get protection. So these are the various types of intellectual property rights. And as I was telling, it is important, if you are planning to be an entrepreneur, you should know, about these, how to protect your intellectual property rights and not allow others to copy it. If they are copying it, you can always go to the courts, and government will support you in this, that they can prevent others from making it or selling it. So what is why should we protect these intellectual property rights? So I was telling you, you can commercialize, you have the monopoly over these products or processes, or a trade name, a brand name. So you can commercialize it. For example, you will say how we can commercialize trademark, for example. So sometimes it is always, because you can also protect anything that you propose to use. Okay. So suppose you can think of a brand, you are very creative, you have devised a brand name and logo, but you have not used it for yourself. But you can always, if it is a good one, big companies might want to use it, so they would try to take license from you or buy it from you. So, apart from patents, the other things also, it is good, useful for you to be able to commercialize it, by using it yourself or selling it to others. So you can generate revenue from assignments and licensing, cross-licensing of your invention. Manufacturing of generics. So this is what I was talking, because they are for the limited period of time, for especially the patents. After 20 years, anybody is able to use. So when a product is patented, the prices are very high. But once they become, they are not valid after 20 years, anybody can manufacture it. So generic companies, for example, pharmaceutical companies step in and they start manufacturing and selling. So the prices, the cost comes down. So, but it is important that, patents, so you will ask, why should we allow the government allow to patent invention if the prices are going on? It's not good for the public, general public. But we have to give recognition to the inventor for his efforts. Otherwise, what it will demoralize. People will not get into these things, researching and trying to find better products. So the government is trying to have a balance of giving the inventors their recognition so that they can benefit out of it. And after 20 years, it becomes generic, so anybody will be able to use it. So the prices will come down after 20 years. So the other thing I also said, while, because you will be going on an entrepreneurship journey, so you should know, you should evaluate before you're planning to launch, market a product. You should evaluate what are the risks. Am I infringing somebody else's? Because you already know it is a monopoly, right? So inventions are protected by patent, and the inventor has the monopoly over it. So you have to make sure that you are not using a patented product, and you may get into problems, litigations, if you do not evaluate it before marketing the product. So a kind of analysis is required, risk management. So you have to know about these things, so before you launch, you should always approach a patent agent and, and get advice on whether, it is possible to market a product. The patent agent can also advise you on whether, if you have a new invention, whether it is patentable. So it is important that before you get into launching and selling a product or using a process, you have to do risk analysis. It also helps, as you all know, that when somebody invents something, it promotes research, it promotes development of new product, new processes which are better than the existing ones. And also the inventors or the copyright holders or the trademark, they get recognition among peers. So see, these are the important things, that intellectual property rights can help an inventor or entrepreneur with. So this, I was just talking about, you should always evaluate the risks that you may get into if you do not do a proper analysis, you're not aware of things, intellectual property rights. So for example, in 2021, there was a Miss Asia pageant that was held, and in Macau, and there was, and this MGM, which is a big company, they got into trouble with, the Asia Television, Hong Kong TV. So they were the owner of the IP right, but MGM used it and they got into trouble. There were court cases after this, and they had to shell out a lot of, dollars to settle it. So similarly, this is a case of patents, which Caltech, California Technology Institute, they owned, but Apple and Broadcom, these two companies, they used their technology in their products and they got into trouble. The Caltech went into court and, for infringement, and then, Apple had to pay $837 million and Broadcom also paid so much. So now again, the Caltech has filed a case very recently against Samsung again. So for the same technology. So this I'm just trying to bring out the importance of why you should be aware. You should do an analysis before, you are using some technology in your products. So this is a kind of general, anybody, because she's not an entrepreneur, she's just a student and a climate activist, Greta. So she had used some slogans which were being used by companies in their advertising. So Greta thought of filing filers, because it was her slogan she did to prevent others. She filed trademarks for those, so that they cannot be used by everybody freely. So coming to patents, I will not, because I've already talked about this in length now, so I will not go into a lot of details, but patents can be granted for product as well as process. And it is a limited right given for 20 years. And in exchange for complete disclosure of the invention in a manner that it can be made and used and sold. So this is a kind of negative thing about patents, that the inventor has to disclose all details. So anybody should be able to make it. Okay. So that is why many people try to keep it a trade secret, any invention, because they don't want people to know, so that they'll have to check who's using it, who's not using it. They don't want to get into all these, hassles. So they just think that keeping it a trade secret is better. And trade secret, there is no cost involved. Whereas in patents, when you file a patent, you have to draft the specification in a particular manner, which not every inventor can do it. So they have to take help of a patent agent who will write the specification and file the patent for you. So there are fees involved, whereas in trade secrets there are no fee involved, but there is always a risk of it being leaked, and anybody will be able to use it if they don't have any proof that he has stolen, somebody has stolen it from them. So the three main criteria, on which it is evaluated whether an invention can be granted a patent or it can be registered as patent. The three criteria are, inventive step, novelty, and industrial applicability. I'll just tell you what these three criteria mean. So for an invention to be patentable, it has to be novel. It has to be new and not known anywhere in the world, not only in India. Suppose you have a plan of filing a patent in India, and you may say, no, it is not known in India, but it is known somewhere else in Canada or US. So I should be able to patent it. But no, it is not like that. The patent office will see, it will search for such similar invention, and it should not be either granted patent or published anywhere. So the next one, the other criteria, very, very important, is inventive step. This means that, the invention should be non-obvious. It should not be obvious. And it should be technically more advanced than the existing technology. So the inventive step, it means that the invention is not very simple, that anybody can arrive at it, and it should be more advanced than whatever product available in the market. And the third is the industrial applicability. That means it should be useful. So I have explained this again here. Novelty is not known anywhere in the world in any form. It can be a publication, it can be an oral disclosure, it can be anything. So it should not be known to anybody. It should be more advanced and non-obvious, and it should be useful. So there are, under Indian Patent Act, it is very specific to India. Patents are not granted for certain things, and I have just listed them here. We can just quickly glance through them. That it should not be frivolous. That means it should be useful. It should not be contrary to public order or morality, so that, I'll give you an example. For example, embryonic stem cell, they are not considered patentable in India because, it is against public morality. So anything which is just discovered, it is already existing and you discover it, it cannot be patented. Any known substance or a new use of a known substance cannot be patented. A mere admixture, that means if you have devised a composition, for example, pharmaceutical composition, and it is just a mixture of 2 or 3 components, and it is not providing anything, any additional advantage. It is just the individual components which features that are there in that. So that kind of invention cannot be patented. So any arrangement, so if you put 2 or 3 devices together and say, I will market this and I'll patent it, it cannot be patented, though you can market it. The agricultural methods, which are essential, method of treatment of plants and animals, plant and animals as a whole, mathematical or business method, computer program per se, and because these are protected under copyrights, the mathematical computer program, literary and musical dramatics. So all these work can be protected under copyright. Topography of integrated circuit can be protected under semiconductor device integrated circuit layout. So traditional knowledge, for example, anything which is known in a country or in a society from ages together. For example, turmeric having antiseptic property, it is known already in our country. So if you have a product which just has turmeric and it provides antiseptic property, then that cannot be patented. You have to make tweaks to it so that it has additional effects and properties. So these are the types of patents. We have, India allows 2 different types of patent. If your invention is not ready, you are still doing some studies, clinical studies, to establish that it is patentable, then you can just file an overview of your invention in a provisional patent application. And then you have 12 months time from filing provisional, and you can file after 12 months the complete application with all data and details. So this is very specific to India. It is not available in many other countries. So this is advantageous because if you're still working on your invention, you are not having all data with you to prove patentability. You can just file a patent to get the priority. In India and elsewhere, for patent, the right is given to whoever files the patent first rather than who invents first. Okay, so it is important that you file for a patent protection as soon as possible, so you get priority over others. So this is the reason why we advise people to file provisional patent application as soon as they have an idea of what the invention would be, and you are still working on the clinical trials or getting data. So this is to establish priority date. As soon as you file a patent application, provisional application, you get the priority. So these are the process of filing patent. You have to file, you have to draft, first you have to do a patentability search analysis, whether it is patentable. Then you have to draft a patent specification. This is a techno-legal document where it has to be drafted in a particular manner. So it is important that you give this, if you are not sure how to draft it, a patent agent can help you with this because they are aware of what the proforma is and know what you have to do. Then after you have drafted the specification, you file in the patent office. Nowadays, patent offices have e-filing facility where the fee is less. So you can just go to the patent office website, which is ipindia.nic.in. You can go there and you can explore these things. There is patent law, there is patent rules, the fees, all information. Or if you can want to search for a patent, there's a database where you can search in the Indian Patent Office website. So after you have filed, the patent application is published automatically after 18 months of filing date. And then after 48 months of the date you have filed a priority date, you have to file for a request for examination. So this is all, the request for examination filing, these will have fee payable to the patent office, and you also have to pay to the patent agent who will be filing, drafting and filing for you. So after you have filed a request for examination, the patent is examined, and 1 or 2 examination reports are issued by the patent office, where they will either say that, the patent, yes, it is new, novel, inventive, it can be granted a patent, or they may give arguments on why it is not patentable. They will cite documents or patents which are already existing, similar patents. So you will have to reply to those, saying that your arguments why your patent should be it's patentable. So that is the prosecution stage. Then the patent is granted if it is patentable. If not, it will just, the patent office will refuse to grant the patent. If the patent is granted, you will have to maintain it for 20 years, because that is the time the patent is protected for, 20 years. So you will have to start paying the annuity maintenance fee after from the third year. So this is the general idea about the fee structure. We have 2 categories of applicants: individuals, SMEs, startups, and nowadays even educational institutions are considered in this category. The fee is 80% less when compared to the large company fee. So as I said, e-filing 10% reduction you get, paper filing is, the fee is higher. So these are the various stages in which you will have to pay official fee to the patent office. And this is the general structure. You can see the fee payable by the natural person, individual inventors, small entities, startups, and also educational institutions. These are the stages in which fee are payable and the amount of fee that needs to be paid to the patent office. So this is just a slide showing the official fee to the patent office. There will also be a professional fee that you need to pay to the patent agent, and which is generally very, very high. In general, from 30 to 50,000 minimum for filing, and other stages again there will be fee. So for this reason, startups, government has given a lot of stops to startup companies, assistance to the startup companies. They have started the Startup India scheme in the patent office, where since the professional fee are very, very high, and startups and individual, they find it difficult to pay those fees. The government has, under this scheme, pays the professional fee to the patent agent. So the startup company only has to pay the official fee. So this is important for you people to know, because if you are going in future for some entrepreneur journey, and you open up a startup company, you will get this benefit that you need not pay the professional fee to the agent. You only have to pay the official fee. So if you are using biological resources for your patent, like a plant or animal, then you have to keep the National Biodiversity Authority informed and get permission from them. So this is another very important aspect of the patent, which many of the inventors don't know about. So I also told that, patents are territorial right, and most of these intellectual properties are territorial. You have to file in each country where you have business interest. So these are the various types of organizations where you can file one application which will be effective in the patent after it is granted. It is effective in the member countries. So I just want to stress here again that always these intellectual property rights belong to the inventor or creator. So you should be aware of this when you are in a college, you are in a university or in a job, for example. If you are creating something, the right belongs to you, and unless you have signed some agreement with your educational institution or employer, that the right would belong to the employer or the educational institution. So you should be aware of this, that you have the first right and you have to assign it to others. So you can actually negotiate with your employer if you are getting into an employment. So if you are aware of this, that this right, even if you have signed an agreement, in the agreement you should be having some clauses by which there will be some incentive given to you, if you are inventing something during the employment or during your educational journey. So these things usually the students or new employee, they don't know about. So I think I should stress it again here that right to a patent, trademark, all this copyright belongs to the creator or inventor. Until unless there is an agreement to it, that you have signed an agreement that you assign all right to your employer or your educational institution. So when you are getting into such agreement, you should review these clauses, and you can actually negotiate on getting some incentives. So this is my contact detail. If you have any doubts or any requirement, you can just write to me or call me. I am a registered patent agent as well as startup facilitator for Indian Patent Office. So that's it. If you have any questions that you want me to address right now.
Yes. Thank you so much. Generally, this would be the session where many people would be having many queries upon, but unfortunately, I'm not very sure. Like here, we have a set of questions being asked to you. Participants, please, like if you have any questions to Bandita ma'am, please unmute yourself and come up with your question. There is one question asked by Mr. Majid. Is there idea can be protected?
Idea as such cannot be protected. You have to have a prototype of a product, so that that is where you can file a patent, and then you can test it. You can file a provisional application, and then you can test and give the data, whatever, whether it's a viable, commercially viable and patentable product. So idea as such cannot be protected. You should at least have a prototype of the product.
Yes, thank you. I hope that's clear. I request the participants, if you have any questions, please post it here. Otherwise, like we can take those questions offline. We will help you coordinate with Bandita ma'am on a later time. I request Dr. Chitra Devi to have a vote of thanks and to formally close this session.
So thank you, Dr. Rajesh. It is a privilege and great joy for me to extend a vote of thanks. To be spiritually conscious, socially responsible, and morally upright are the core attributes of our founders, late Sri G.R. Govindrajulu and Srimati Chandrakanti Govindrajulu. I thank our chairperson, Srimati R. Nandini, and managing trustee, Sri G. Rangaswamy, who are the driving force behind this whole process. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all the others. I express my profound gratitude to our secretary, Dr. N. Yashoda Devi, whose vision, interest, and hard work has culminated in the success story of our institution. I take this opportunity to thank our principal, Dr. S. Nirmala, for her constant support. I also thank our Dean Student Affairs, Mrs. S. Vasanta, for her constant support and motivation. No man is an island. When we achieve, we usually do so because others have helped. I wish to place on record my heartfelt thanks to Dr. D. Sudhakaran, General Manager at Golden Jubilee Biotech Park for Women's Society at Chennai, for providing us such a wonderful opportunity to listen to such eminent speakers. I also thank him for providing us an overview on bio-entrepreneurship and BIRAC schemes. I thank Dr. C. Sheila Sashikumar, Director, Clinical Research, SS Healthcare. Her lecture was very inspiring to our budding entrepreneurs. I also thank Mrs. Bandita, Registered Indian Patent Agent and SIPP Startup Facilitator. We are very happy to have you with us today, ma'am, despite all the network issues. I thank Dr. C. Krishnaveni, ma'am, Head Department of Botany, for her staunch support. I thank all the faculty members and other heads of departments who have supported us in this endeavor. I thank the heads of various institutions who readily accepted our invitation and have sent their students for active participation in this meeting. I thank all the participants for your enthusiastic participation. Thank you very much. At times, our own light goes out and is rekindled by a spark from another person. Each of us has cause to think with deep gratitude of those who have lighted the flame within us. Therefore, I request my young participants to remember and take home all the good things that they have learned here from all our eminent resource persons and rekindle the passion for entrepreneurship in all your friends back at your institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. We are closing this session. Thanks all for attending this and making this a successful one. Thank you.